All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadriye Selvi, Recep Selimi, and Yakut Krasniki. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. I note that all the accused except Mr. Krasniqi are present in court. Mr. Krasniqi is appearing via video link. We are scheduled to start the hearing of the evidence of prosecution witness W03877 today. Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we're in private session. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the next witness, please note that WPSO has recommended reading assistance for text that is presented on the computer screen. Therefore, when putting documents to the witness, please read the relevant passages to the witness. And I thank you for your assistance on this. Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I wanted to
Madam Court Officer, please take us back into public session.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
All right, Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. I'm sorry, Madam Usher. Witness remains standing. Thank you. Witness, I will read out the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, subparagraph 2 of our rules. I will ask you to repeat the text aloud and to indicate your consent. Repeat after me. Conscious of the significance
conscious of the significance of my testimony
ability
and my legal responsibility,
tell the truth.
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth,
Withhold anything
and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You can be seated now.
You're welcome.
Witness, do you understand the solemn declaration that you just gave?
Yes, I understood it. Yes.
Today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Thereafter, the defense has the right to ask questions. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you, but victims' counsel will not be asking you questions. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 3 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 5.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. The panel understands that the SBO has hard copies of your prior witness statements for you to reference during your testimony in case of need. If you cannot recall something and therefore wish to consult these documents to refresh your memory, please notify the panel before doing so. I repeat that this should be done only in the event that you need to make that reference because you cannot recall. You should not read directly from these documents. We begin now with the direct examination by the prosecution. They are on your left. Please give them your attention.
May I explain something before the testimony? May I speak? Interpreter, ask the panel to let me speak. May I, Your Honor?
Just answer the questions. You are here as a witness. You are required to testify. Please answer the questions that are given to you by the prosecution and by the defense. They are interested in the information that you have. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good morning, witness. You and I have met.
Good morning.
My name is John Capon. I'm an attorney with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to be asking some questions this morning as indicated by the judge. Your Honor, may I ask that we move into private session to permit the SPO to elicit information that that would be identifying?
For the protection of the witness, please go into private session, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we are in private session. Thank you.
Witness, we are now in what's called private session, which means that nobody outside of this room can hear anything you're saying. Your words are being shielded from the public. In addition, even when we're in public session, the public cannot see your face or hear your voice. Your voice will be distorted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Private session, anytime I ask you a question that might yield an answer that identifies who you are. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Public session, that is when the public can see what's going on in this courtroom, I'm not going to ask you any questions that should elicit an answer that identifies your name, a name of your any family member, or any other personally identifying information. Is that clear?
Yes.
tell me that you believe the people facing charges before this court are facing them unjustly, are being held unjustly because
Yes.
during the war were the responsibility of the zone commanders. Did you tell me that?
I don't recall this one.
Telling me that the people on trial before this court had no knowledge of what the zone commanders were doing.
Look, the zone commanders dealt with the prison sentences, and they were sentenced, and now these people present here have been brought in unjustly. I've never known them except as political figures of Kosovo. I don't know them, who they are, what they are.
You questions so that to help the court understand what your perspective on these proceedings is and on your role as a witness. Do you understand that?
I understand that I am innocent. I cannot speak. I understand. I don't think there are people who would charge me with anything, nor do I charge anyone in relation to this matter.
In our discussion about your attitude toward these proceedings, do you remember me asking you questions about things you had said about concerns that your phone was tapped or might be tapped?
Look, I don't have a phone, and I don't know how to operate it. I don't possess a phone. I don't know, where do you get this from?
Not correct that you have told representatives of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office on repeated occasions not to contact you on your telephone.
Yes, I said so. Because I don't want to expand on this, and I don't wish to know. This is the type of person I am. I value justice. I can't stand injustices, and you brought me here unjustly. Because there's no person here I can attack or allege anything against. Had I had anything, I would have stated this by name, but I don't have any such thing.
Is simply to tell the court.
You can repeat it 100 times.
Court, things that you know based on your personal experience, things you've seen, things you've heard, etc. Do you understand that?
I haven't seen or heard anyone, only my person. I can only speak for myself.
In the interest of helping the court understand your attitude toward your role as a witness, do you recall telling the SPO in a phone conversation several times, do not call me on this phone?
Look, I think I stated that I don't have a phone. If you find out that I have a phone, you can sentence me to life imprisonment. This is unfair. What you just stated is unfair. This is a shame to put me through this in front of this panel, the court, in front of justice.
You were telling me in that same conversation that you were scared by the fact that the SPO was contacting you in part because people associated with the defendants in this case might think that you are talking to the wrong people.
No, I don't believe this. I didn't say it.
That you did not say that to me in the presence of an investigator and an interpreter? To,
Mr. Prosecutor, we need to give him a break.
I think that might be advisable, Your Honor.
Okay. Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break. You can leave the courtroom with the court usher. Do not speak to anyone about the testimony you're giving. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Back into public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go into private session first.
Your Honor, we're in private session. Thank you.
Now you can bring the witness in, Madam Usher. All right, witness, can you hear me all right? Witness,
Yes. Yes, I hear you.
you're still under an obligation to tell the truth. You understand that?
Yes.
To answer the questions as they are asked to you so you can get through your testimony in a more efficient way. We don't want to keep you here any longer than necessary, so please listen carefully to the questions and answer them. Understood?
Yes, I understand. Microphone, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies, and thank you for the reminder on the microphone. So witness,
Judge Mitro has a question for the prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, sir. It's a question about an exhibit that was admitted. It's P987. Could you check at the break for us if you have a non-redacted version of that document? The one that was admitted contains a number of redactions, and thank you.
All right, we will take the morning break. We're adjourned until, whoops, back into public session. I don't know why.
Your Honors, we in public session. Thank you.
All right, now we're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise.
Be seated. Back into private session, please.
Your Honors, we in private session. Thank you.
Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher. All right, witness, we will continue with the questions from the prosecution. Mr. Prosecutor. Any other questions following Judge Barta's questions? No hands are up, all right. Witness, your testimony is complete. You may leave the courtroom now. Please go with the court usher. She'll escort you out of the courtroom. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Back into public session, please.
Your Honor, we are in public session. Thank you.
All right, defense had a request for some extended pages, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honour, that's correct. This is in relation to our response to F2204 and F2195, which is due today, and I apologise for bringing it to Your Honours at such late notice. We thought the extension had been requested and granted previously. In any case, we'll undertake not to do this at such late notice again. The SBO has indicated that they do not oppose the request. It's a request simply for an extension of 2,000 words.
None, Your Honor.
The extension
Your Honor.
request is granted for 2,000 words.
Thank you.
We will break now for lunch rather than trying to start with another witness. We will take that up at 2:30. We are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03865. Before we do, I recall that the Thaçi defense asked the SBO to review proposed corrections and, if accepted, to prepare the necessary changes to the transcripts of the witness's testimony. I note that the SBO indicated that it was looking into the matter and will revert before commencement of the witness's testimony. Is that all sorted out, Mr. Pach?
I'm hoping that they'll be disclosed any minute now, Your Honor. They were prepared over the weekend and they're being processed, but I'm hoping they'll be disclosed now so that, and just to let you know, since we're on the subject, when we do tender, or if we get to the place where we tender the prior statement under 154, we will also seek to tender these additional pages so that the record is complete.
Satisfactory from the standpoint of the Thaçi defense?
Subject to seeing what corrections have been made, yes.
Yeah. I ask the prosecutor to please provide the parties, participants in the panel with a firm designation of the witnesses to be heard this week and next week in order by the time of opening court tomorrow. This would include a final decision on Bislam Zerapi, if it has not been made. I think the Vasily defense has something they want to bring to the court's attention.
Having reviewed the matter, it's not necessary to trouble the court.
Thank you very much. Mr. Laws?
Well, may I raise a short matter that we'll need to do in private session, please?
Please into private session.
Your Honors, we are in private session. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honors, we are back in public session. Thank you.
All right, Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. Good afternoon, witness. Can you hear all right?
Good afternoon to everybody. Yes, I can.
The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, subparagraph 2. Please read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge. Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first and then the counsel for victims. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. I mistakenly said that the victim's counsel would ask you questions. He will not. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 8.5 hours. And as regards each estimate, we hope that the council will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so that the interpreters can catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Also, please stop talking if I ask you to do so, or also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We will now begin with the prosecution's questions. They are seated on your left. Mr. Potts, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just before I do that, by way of update to those in the courtroom, the disclosure package with the translations provided in light of the Thaçi email from last Thursday was just disclosed, and that's in disclosure package 1216. And we've also sent around an email with the ERNs of these items because, as I said, we'll be seeking to admit them under 154 as well.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
We've met before, but I'll introduce myself again. I'm James Potch, a prosecutor with the SPO, and I'll be asking you some questions for the next 2 hours or so. Before I ask you for some personal details, I know that, as I explained to you during your preparation session last week, rather than asking you questions concerning every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. And in order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, and I'll turn to those after I establish your identity. Could you tell us your name, please?
Yes, I am Nuruddin Abazi.
Your date of birth.
4th of January 1957.
What's your nationality?
Albanian.
Court officer, I'd like to show the witness SITF 000-32808 SITF 000-32820 red, the first page. And side by side with that, I'd like, from the same item, page SITF 000-32816, please. Thank you, court officer. Witness, do you see 2 documents on your screen? On the left in English and on the right, handwritten in Albanian.
Yes.
And as you see, the documents refer to an interview with Anmek in October 2002. Do you recall attending that interview?
I barely remember it, and I see that the handwriting is poor.
And do you remember attending that interview or not?
I do remember. However, I indicated that this was long time ago and the handwriting is poor and barely legible.
Do you recognize your signature on the handwritten page in Albanian, please? Witness, there was a question. Do you recognize your signature on the handwritten page in Albanian?
Yes.
We can scroll to the bottom of that page, please. Do you recognize a second signature of yours on that same page in Albanian, witness?
Yes.
And court officer, we could please go on the right-hand side to the last page in the strange, the page ending 20. Yes, and if we could zoom out, please. We could zoom out, that would be, yeah. And scroll down kindly. Thank you. Witness, on this page, do you recognize your signature on the bottom left?
Yes.
And court officer, I'd now like to show the witness 078562-TR-ET, Part 1, RED, side by side with 078562-TR-AT, Part 1, RED. And the first pages of both, please. Thank you, court officer. Witness, we now have two different documents on your screen. On the left in Albanian and on the right in English. And as you can see, they refer to your interview at the SPO on the 15th of September 2020. Do you recall attending that interview, witness?
I think this was an interview with you conducted here, right?
It was not conducted here, but as you can see, it was 15 September 2020. Do you recall meeting the SPO in 2020?
Yes.
Court officer, we can take those documents down. And witness, do you recall that you made certain clarifications to these statements following your review of them last week?
Yes.
Do you recall these clarifications and corrections being included in a note which was read back to you?
Yes.
Subject to the corrections set out in the note, is the information provided in these statements accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, to my knowledge, that's accurate as we discussed it.
And subject to the corrections set out in that note, do these statements accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined about the events recorded therein?
With respect to what I know, certainly yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to seek admission of the prior statements and associated exhibits. The relevant ERNs are set out in our 23rd April email at 8:16 in the evening, as well as in Annex 1 to Preparation Note 1. And I'd like to point out that, as referred to in that email, our tender includes one additional page because there was a missing Albanian page from the translation. And we also tender Preparation Note 1, which is 120772 to 120778. And as I've mentioned, the items just disclosed in Disclosure 1216, which are additional translations following the defense request.
So subject to the one objection on the associated exhibit, which the panel has already ruled on, we have no objection to the admission of the statements. We don't have an objection to the admission of the corrected translations, but I do note that we're still going through them, so we may ask for further clarification later, depending on completion of our review.
All right, Mr. Emerson.
Our position is the same.
Same, Your Honor.
The same process.
All right. SITF 000-32808 to SITF 000-32820 in English and Albanian is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01135, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
078-562 TRET Part 1 RED with 078-562 TRAT Part 1 RED is admitted.
And will be assigned the exhibit number P00136.1. Thank you.
Say that again, please.
The exhibit number will be assigned for the ERN that you just read, Your Honors. It will be P01136.1.
All right. Then the note 120772 to 120778 is admitted.
And will be assigned the exhibit number P01137, classified as confidential.
And then the associated exhibits are admitted.
The associated exhibit SITF 000328111 to SITF 000328115 English version, and the corresponding the Albanian version will be assigned the exhibit number P01138. And the second associated exhibit, which is U000-6628 to U000-6639, will be assigned the exhibit number P01139. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Mr. Potts, you may continue.
Mr. President, may I raise one issue? As I understand it right now, only part one of the SPO interview has been admitted, and I understood that all four parts were being admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, I was going to request the ERNs for parts 2 to 4 as well.
We didn't have those listed, so go ahead and do that.
Part 2 of the ERN 078562 will be assigned exhibit number P01136.2. The part 3 of the same ERN will be assigned the exhibit number P01136.3, and the part 4 of the same ERN for both English and Albanian will be assigned the exhibit number P01136.4. All four parts of this statement are classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
And Your Honor, to clarify, they're mentioned in Annex 1 to Prep Note 1. The only item other than the ones just released in the disclosure, which we also seek to admit, as noted in that annex and in our email, is page SPOE 002000418. And that is, as we mentioned in the email, a page from SPOE 002000415 to 002000420, and that is a missing page in Albanian from what is now P1135. As to whether we want it separately admitted, we're in the hands of CMU. If it could be added to P1135, we would have no objection.
If there's no objection, that would be the logical way to do this so that it's together with the rest of the document. Anybody have an objection to that? Doesn't look like it, so be it.
Your Honors, the SPOE 0020018 will be then added to the P01135 -80. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. All right, Mr. Patch, you may continue.
Thank you, and we understand that the court officer will inform us of the ERNs for the items just disclosed in due course. There are many, so we know that might take a while. And Your Honor, in the 23rd April email I referred to, the SPO submitted a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statements to the panel, defense, and victims. We haven't received any objections to the summary, so with your leave, I'll read that now.
Go ahead.
And this is a summary of the Rule 154 statement admitted for W03865. W03865 was a member of a KLA battalion in Budakov, later serving as a legal advisor in the Pastric operational zone. In his prior statements, W03865 provides information on the structure and activities of the KLA, in particular in Budakov, the Pastric operational zone, and Prizren. W03865 also provides information concerning the role and authority of the KLA General Staff and members thereof. W03865 spoke to Latife Kololny, Rushe Kololny, and another person when they were held in Budakov in August 1998. W03865 proposed to release Latife and Rushe Kololny or send them to the brigade. Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolny told W03865 that they transferred Latife and Rushe Kololny to the brigade. Another detainee was also sent there. W03865 also provides information relevant to the detention of 2 Serbian men in Budakov and to the detention of another person whom W03865 questioned after having been asked to do so by Sadiq Khalitiaha in another location. Court officer, I'd like to show on the screen P00712 ET side by side with P00712, please. If you'd like me to read the full ERN, I'm happy to do so.
Your Honor. I have something to say regarding the reading of my statement. He often referred to prisoner. I never mentioned the word prisoner. I don't know where he got that from.
Your Honor, I note that in English I did not use the term prisoner. I used the term detainee, and the context is clear on the record.
Go ahead.
Witness, there are 2 documents on your screen, on the left in Albanian and on the right in English, Had you seen this document before I showed it to you last week?
You.
No.
And court officer, in both, I'd like to turn to the third page of each, and that is SPOE 002093330, please. That's the third page of each one. So the ERN is SPO 002093330. Yes, that's correct in the English and in Albanian as well. Thank you. We could zoom out in both of them so we can see the entire structure. That's good. In the Albanian, it can stay as it is. Perfect. Thank you. And if we can zoom out in the English, or scroll down. Thank you, court officer. Witness, is it correct that, as depicted in this organogram, you were the legal advisor of the Pastric operational zone?
Yes.
Witness, could you remind the judges that was from March or April 1999 until the end of the war? Is that right?
Yes, this is what I think. I don't know how true that is.
Witness, the question related to you. Did you serve as legal advisor in the Pastric operational zone from March or April 99 until the end of the war? Did you or did you not?
Yes, I said yes.
We see on this organogram that Tahir Sinani is indicated as the commander of the zone. Is that correct to your recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
To serve in that role?
After the New Year, maybe February or March, to my knowledge.
And we see on this organogram Sadiq Khalid Yaha listed as the deputy commander of the zone. Is that correct to your knowledge?
Yes.
Was Mr. Khalid Yaha already occupying that position at the time you took up your role as legal advisor in that zone?
Yes.
To your recollection, was Nejmi Krasniqi the military police commander of the Pastric operational zone?
To my knowledge, yes.
And to your knowledge, was was Nazir Kriedziu in the Eye of the Eagle unit?
To my recollection, yes.
Focusing now on the middle half of the page, to your knowledge, was Halil Chadraku the G2 within the Pastric operational zone?
Yes.
And similarly, was Sabahuddin Chena the G5 within the Pastric operational zone?
Yes.
Tim, while you were both members of the Pastric operational zone in 1999?
Sabahuddin, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And now I'm focusing on the lower level there. To your recollection, is it correct, as indicated here, that Haji Shala was the commander of Brigade 121?
I never knew Haji Shala. I saw him on television after the war. I don't know if he was or not. He should know that.
You yourself, at any time, ever hear that Haji Shala was the commander of Brigade 121?
Soldiers spoke about that, but I never knew it.
So, could you clarify to the judges, are you saying that KLA soldiers told you at some point that Haji Shala was the commander of Brigade 121, or are you saying something else?
I think he was, but that is my belief. But I never stayed with him and never saw him during the war. So I cannot say for sure.
Witness was Vladimir Krietsiu, the commander of Brigade 122.
I don't know.
Similarly, did you ever hear that Vladimir Krietsiu was the commander of Brigade 122, witness?
There were rumors to that effect, but how true they are, I can't say.
And Brigade 123, here we have Gezim Azroli listed there. Witness, can you remind me, was the battalion in Budakovo you were in part of Brigade 123?
Yes.
And do you recall whether, when you joined the Pastric staff in 1999, the commander of that brigade that you were formerly in was then Gezim Azroli, as indicated here?
Yes.
We see Skender Hoja listed as Brigade 124 commander. Did you have information as to whether that was correct?
I believe so, but I don't know him. Skender Hoca, that is. I never knew him.
And Nehat Basha, to your recollection, was he the commander of Brigade 125, as indicated here?
I didn't know him. Even now, I don't know him. I'm saying I wasn't involved in those structures to know or appoint such people, so they would know better. I didn't have any contacts with them.
To be clear, witness, at the moment I'm not asking you about contacts, I'm asking if you knew. If you knew could be either you knew directly or you heard from someone else. You're always free to clarify in your answer, or I will ask you to do so myself. Similarly, in relation to Brigade 128, we see Rujdi Saramati here listed as the commander. To your knowledge, did he ever occupy that position?
I don't know.
We can take those two documents down, court officer. Witness, do you recall that at the end of your 2020 SBO interview, you stated that you would not change anything in your unmixed statements?
Yes, I recall that. But that day, We didn't read the statement. You only asked me whether the signature was mine. We couldn't read the statements, as we already said a week ago.
Do you recall being asked questions about certain parts of those OMIC statements during your 2020 SPO interview?
What exactly do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
Which is, during your SPO interview, do you remember that you were asked questions about certain things you said in your ONMIC interviews? Do you remember that or not?
Yes, there were questions.
And do you recall that at the end of your 2020 SPO interview, you confirmed that what you said during that SPO interview was true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Now, witness, we know that you are practicing as a lawyer and that you were a judge for many years, so it's correct that you understand the importance of providing truthful statements, right?
Yes, I do, certainly.
Now, during your witness preparation session last week, you stated that after you had a conversation with Latife and Rushe Kololli in Budakovo, in your capacity as legal advisor, you determined they had nothing to do with espionage or collaboration, and your opinion was that they should be released. You stated that you made a proposal to Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolli to release Latife and Rushe Kololli or to take them to the brigade, and that Ziba and Kadolni then transferred them away from Budakovo. You also said that you never spoke to Sadiq Khalitiaha about Latife and Rushe Kololli. Is what I just summarized now correct, witness?
Yes. I said that they should be released. But it was not in my power to issue any orders or where they should go. I merely said they should be released because they have nothing to do with espionage. From what I understood from my conversation with them, they were, low motives.
Witness, to be clear, when you are saying that you said they should be released, you are telling the judges that the people you said that to were Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolli, right?
To Kadolli, yes.
Agim Zuba or only to Naim Kadolli?
I don't remember, but I think to both.
Now, witness, that is a summary of what you said on this subject during witness preparation, which you have said is the correct, was correctly stated. Now, witness, you previously stated 4 separate times, initially to UNMIC in 2002, and then again to the SPO in 2020, that you made the proposal to release Latife and Rushe Kololli or to send them to the brigade to Sadiq Khalitiaha. And my question, witness, is whether you have an explanation as to why you are now changing that evidence.
I am not changing my evidence. We already said a week ago that I meant the staff of the battalion. I said that I proposed that the two names you mentioned be released. Then, as to who they discussed this, I don't know, and there was no way I could find out.
Am I understanding correctly that you are saying you yourself proposed the release or transfer to the brigade of these two women to members of the staff of the battalion?
No, I proposed that to Agim Zube and Naim Kadoli because I dealt with them, not with anyone else.
Now, witness, as I just said a moment ago, you have stated 4 separate times to AMIC and the SPO that you made the proposal to release Latif and Rusha Kaloli or Senate Brigade to Sadiq Khalid Yaha. Could you tell the judges now whether you are denying ever having said that on all 4 occasions?
Yes.
I said that I alluded to the staff of the battalion, not to the concrete persons. I discussed this with Agim Zube and Agim Kadoli. Those two were the ones that discussed it or not, I don't know. My opinion was firm. Those two should be released because there was nothing dangerous. These two persons didn't pose any danger.
Witness, to be clear, because it's important to be clear, are you denying that you previously stated multiple times that you made that proposal to Sadiq Khalid Yaha?
Objection. Mr. President, it appears we're going through impeachment of a Rule 154 statement, which puts us in a very precarious procedure now. By tendering the 154 statement with corrections, the prosecution has certified that they do not know the 154 testimony to be false. So you can't impeach a statement that you tender for the truth of its contents into evidence. That's Rule 14, or sorry, Article 14, Subpart 3 of the Code of Professional Conduct. So if the prosecution believed that portions of his statement were not true, and they so important to the case that they would impeach him on it, then I submit they were under an obligation to withdraw the Rule 154 and to proceed viva voce. But you can't put forward a 154 for the truth of its contents and then proceed to impeach it.
Since we've landed on the issue, that in fact I was going... Can you almost hear me? Pardon me?
Just keep your voice up a little.
Sorry, yes, I can hardly hear myself. Since we've now landed on the issue that I was reconsidering raising at the outset, can I draw your attention to paragraph 5 of the witness's first preparation note, which is now P1137. And about, well, just around the second, if you have it, it's about 2/3 of the way down. There is a sentence beginning, Patch noted that witness 3865 seemed to be providing information inconsistent with his prior statements, in particular in relation to Sadiq Khalid Yaha. During readback, the witness stated that every time he and others had referred to Sadiq Khalid Yaha, they meant to refer to the battalion's staff. But Khalid Yaha symbolized the staff, and there was no doubt that he was the commander, the battalion commander. Well, now, there'd been pre-court correspondence inviting Mr. Patch to withdraw the paragraph of what is a tendered statement in which he expresses his own opinion in a document put forward as evidence. And the witness gave there the very answer that he's given to Mr. Patch today 3 times. The question is being repeated over and over again when Mr. Patch knows full well the answer, has tendered the witness statement with his own inadmissible comments in it, and is harassing the witness to try and humiliate him in front of the court. It ought to be, in our respect, handled, whether it's through the objection raised just a moment ago, or whether it's through a guidance to the prosecutor to stop asking a question that's been asked and answered in his own proofing note, and yet being repeated for some entirely theatrical reason, as far as one can tell, in front of the court.
Yes, first of all, Your Honor, I know that both submissions should have been made in the absence of the witness, but that ship has sailed now. I take issue with Mr. Emerson's characterization of my conduct. I'm doing this very fairly and squarely and transparently before you.
Mr. Patch, let's address the issue, not that.
Yes.
Microphone, please.
You're accused of harassment and humiliation. The SPO does not take those lightly. Nevertheless, Your Honors have heard nothing from either counsel as to anything untoward being done. The witness has confirmed his Rule 154 statement. It has been tendered with the clarifications the witness made therein, and that is why, Your Honors, have in front of you all the relevant information. What I am doing now, and again, I've heard, and neither have you heard anything as to why I should not be allowed to do so, is clarifying the correct position and seeking an explanation as to why at one point the witness said one thing and is now saying another. It's our role, and even more so the judge's role as finders of truth and fact, to establish which is correct and why, if there is a reason for this change. There is nothing untoward going on here. And I can also, in support of that, cite your own, this panel's decision F02117, paragraph 15, in terms of what we are not allowed to do and the ethical obligations of tendering statements, even when the SPO believes that perhaps the witness is changing or altering part of the evidence.
That question has been asked and answered several times. You just don't like the answer, so I would suggest you just move on. You've made your point.
Certainly, Your Honor. Would I, actually, Your Honor, can I make a submission in the absence of the witness, please?
Do what?
Can I make a submission in the absence of the witness, please?
Microphone.
Go ahead, Mr. Patch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Only to say that what I was planning on doing next, I wanted to check with you because you feel this way, but to my knowledge, the witness hasn't denied that he has said on multiple previous occasions that he made his proposal to Sadiq Ali Tiaha. Now, I said in my paraphrasing that he did this on 4 previous occasions. My intention was now to take him to each of those occasions to see whether that refreshes his recollection or whether he wants to explain to Your Honors what he did mean rather than what is there. I'm entirely in your hands, Your Honor. If you don't think that that is necessary or conducive to the finding of truth, I'm totally in your hands as to whether that's appropriate or necessary.
Without going through another question of the same manner, you've already established that he is disagreeing with his prior statement. You may ask him if he wants to explain the difference, but we're not going to go through item by item as you suggested on this particular issue. Okay?
Certainly, Your Honor.
That'll be the ruling of the court. You may bring the witness back in. All right, witness. Mr. Patch has more questions for you. He has one specific question right now, considering what you just were testifying to.
Witness, yes. My question is whether you want to explain why in your UNMIC and SPO statement you talked about making a proposal about the release or transfer of Latif and Rusha Kololi to the brigade to Sadiq Khalid Yaha, but you are now in your prep note and before the judges today saying that you instead made a proposal to Naim Kadoli and Akim Zupa. So the question is, do you want to explain that difference to the judges?
I already said everything that is linked to Budakol battalion relates to the staff. That's why I said that. Otherwise, Sadiq Yahya was a person I didn't see for weeks because he had his military and political duties, and I was not at a level that I could talk to them and could discuss with them such issues. So I talked with Akim and Naim. Those then, I don't know with whom they discussed. To these two persons I said, there is nothing dangerous in these two females. That's the answer. They should be released.
And witness, during your SPO interview, you stated it wasn't within your authority to take a decision as to whether to release Latifa and Rusha Kololi or not. Do you recall stating that?
Yes, I only made a proposal. I proposed. I didn't decide. It wasn't up to me to decide, neither then nor now.
And witness, do you recall in your SPO interview also stating that Sadiq Khalid Yaha was the only one who could make such a decision to release or to transfer the two women to the brigade?
I think that the brigade staff was the one.
Witness, with respect, you haven't answered my question. My question was specifically, do you recall stating in your SPO interview that Sadiq Khalid Yaha was the only one who could make such a decision? Do you remember saying that, or you don't remember?
I don't remember that, but it was the staff that could take the decision, and head of the staff was Khalid Yaha. Sadiq Khalid Yaha.
Witness, in your prior statements, you said that while you were a KLA member, in Budakovo you had conversations with or asked questions to Latifa Kololny, Rusha Kololny, and an Albanian man. And on a prior occasion, you spoke to a Serbian man who was in Budakovo with someone who looked like a child. And you also stated that you had an interview with or a discussion with a man in Vuljak, during which conversation Ilas Kadoli may also have been present. Now, my question in relation to this witness is whether any KLA member ever spoke to or asked you questions about what happened to these people that you had conversations with or that you had questioned.
I don't know who is Nazmi Kudoli. It's not clear to me. It is true, though, that with the Serb, as I stated a week earlier with you, I was not there when they were brought in. When they entered in the area of war, the Serb was with a minor child who, in my opinion, was 12 or 13 years old. He was carrying a hunting rifle, and he had a handgun. We call it kabur. It's an old handgun that is loaded through the barrel.
Statement, and you're not responding to my question, so I will ask it again. It was a long question, and I'll take it incident by incident. In relation to these two Serbian persons you're talking about, my question is specifically whether any member of the KLA ever spoke to you or questioned you about what happened to those two Serbian persons.
There was no one to ask me about this because this was a public event in the center of Budakovo. Everybody had discussed with them. Ismarin had talked to them, and then they called on the OSC who took them over. They had been identified, and the case was over. They were taken over by the OSCE, and that was it.
It's a break for 10 minutes. Witness, we'll take a 10-minute break for you.
Okay.
Please go with the court usher to leave the room. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Mr. President. So I did want to put something on the record before cross-examination starts, which is the prosecution cited your filing, F02117 at paragraph 15, related to the ethical issue I raised. We agree with the court's finding there, which is that the prosecution cannot do this, or can do this if it makes clear that it will not seek to rely on one or more of these accounts for the truth of its content, but for credibility. Meaning, we need to know from the prosecution now whether the prosecution is intending to rely on the uncorrected 154 statements for the truth of its contents and what was put to him, or just for credibility. Because if it's for the truth of its content, then there is an ethical issue that arises.
You know, I don't quite follow those submissions. I certainly heard nothing about what obliges us to say now, what we're going to rely on. We're here to explore the evidence the witness is giving, and then based on that and on all other evidence, we will make our final submissions. We're not, to my knowledge, submitting our final trial brief today or tomorrow.
Mr. President, the defense is entitled to know what is the prosecution case with this witness. They've submitted a 154 statement with corrections, which under Article 14 of the Code of Professional Conduct means that they're saying that that submission, they do not know it to be false. And then we have to respond. Now, in cross-examination, we have to determine which version are we responding to. And if it's their intention at the end of the case to say, wait a minute, we weren't relying on the 154 for the truth of its contents, we're relying as corrected, but rather the uncorrected version, then we're entitled to know that before cross-examination starts.
We'll take that under advisement and come back to you on that. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise.
Let's make it till 3:45.
All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in. Mr. Potch, in connection with the previous objection, we believe you should state your case clearly as to this particular information. Is it being offered to attack credibility, or is it being offered for the proof or the truth of the statement made? That it has to be one way or the other.
If you would allow me a second, a moment to confer.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe the way we've conducted ourselves today, we've made it clear that we believe that the original version of what the witness said in the unmixed statement in SPO is the true version, and we were trying to seek information from the witness as to why that has changed. So to answer your question, our version is that we are relying on what the witness said in his Rule 154 statement as the correct version, or what we will be arguing. And of course, we met our obligations by tendering the subsequent version or the different version as contained in preparation note 1, and it's now the version that the witness insists on.
Yes, Mr. Misitich.
I disagree with the submission there. The 154 statement is the as corrected version, right? That's what the 154 process is supposed to be about, including under the order on the conduct of proceedings. So it's actually impeaching with, or at least an attempt to impeach with a prior inconsistent statement, even though the statement has been admitted into evidence as corrected. And we do submit that that is an issue under Article 14, Subpart 3 of the Code of Professional Conduct, because you've tendered the as corrected statement for the truth of its contents.
What are you asking?
Well, I'm asking that they be either precluded from relying on the uncorrected version of the 154 for the truth of its contents, because it would be unethical to do so, or they'd have to withdraw the 154 statement and proceed viva voce.
Werner, can we have a basis for these proposals, which to us seem to have no basis in anything that we're dealing with? This is not the first time that a witness says something in a 154 statement and then clarifies it or changes it in a preparation note. The important thing here is that Your Honors have all of that information, as does the defense. We, as also finders of fact, are entitled to seek to establish the truth of that. Your Honor asking me, I told you which one we're relying on and why for the truth of its content, the 154 statement, but I don't see what prejudice this is causing to the defense or what problems with the examination, noting they are fully aware of our charges in this case, and that here we are discussing changes to a witness's evidence, which again are all available to the panel and to the parties.
Mr. President, if I may, briefly. Our basis is, as I said, Article 14.3 of the Code of Professional Conduct, but also the submission that the prosecution itself cited, F02117, paragraph 15. The panel made clear that you cannot do this for the truth of its content. So there's even prior notice, which the SPO was aware of.
And may I add, as a matter of fact, that we have had correspondence directly with Mr. Patch over a period of days, proposing that passage of the preparation note 2, in which he contains and expresses his own opinion about what he believes to be the position, and the response be struck from the 154, which is being tendered as evidence of truth at a time when the very issue we're concerned about is counsel statements of opinion being treated and smuggled into a statement that's supposed to be being put forward as evidence of truth. So we've asked for it to be redacted in advance, but we were refused.
I can't hear the last part.
We have been in correspondence for several days with the SP. Oh, I'm just saying we've asked for those passages to be redacted, but that has been refused.
Your Honor, if I may briefly.
We will take under advisement Mr. Emerson's suggestion of redaction, and we will rule on that as soon as we've had a chance to think about it. We will proceed onward now. At this point. Mr. Patch, the last witness that we had was a good example of when you have some contrary information. It would have been better probably to call this witness as a live witness. I appreciate the efforts to try to shorten things up, but it's very difficult to go through this type of a situation with a 154 witness. It's difficult to even explain. So bear that in mind for the future, and we will try to straighten this out, having considered the request. Let's move on from this particular bit of testimony. I think it's fairly clear up to this point what the situation is. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, in your prior statements, you said that while you were a KLA member in Budokovo, you had conversations with or asked questions to Latife Kololny, Rushe Kololny, and an Albanian man around the same time. My question is whether any KLA member ever spoke to you or questioned you about what happened to these people I just mentioned.
Yes, people asked what happened to them. I said that they're innocent, they have done nothing wrong, and that I had proposed for them to be released.
People asked what happened to them. Were these people who asked you what happened to Latife Kololny, Rushe Kololny, and the Albanian man KLA members or not?
Yes, KLA soldiers. Soldiers.
Do you recall the names of any soldiers who asked you about what happened to these three persons I was just referring to?
I was not interested to remember them. They were just ordinary soldiers, just like I was and we were.
Do I understand that then to mean that nobody, for example, from the battalion staff asked you what happened to these 3 individuals?
I said yes, but I don't remember who exactly asked many questions, and I don't think it's worth commenting on them.
In clarity, because you refer to they were just ordinary soldiers, the ones who asked you what happened to these 3 individuals. When you say ordinary soldiers, do I take that to mean they were not members of the staff of the battalion you were a part of?
Everybody, 750 members, were members of the battalion.
Sadiq Ali Tiaha was the commander of the battalion, right?
Yes.
Members of the battalion staff. Who was in charge of the battalion? How many others were there? Were all 750 members in charge of the battalion staff or another number?
I don't understand your question. Are you referring to members of the battalion or soldiers?
You were a soldier within the battalion in Budakovo, right? A soldier. You were not a member of the staff of the battalion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did any people who were members of the staff of the battalion ask you what happened to Latife Kololny, Rushe Kololny, or the Albanian man who was detained around the same time?
No, I was not in contact with them.
Ask you what happened to the person whom you say you discussed with or had a conversation with in Vulyak in the presence of Ilas Kadolny.
What persons? I, again, don't understand the question.
In your statement, you refer to yourself having an interview or a discussion with a person which you say took place in Vulyak and at which Ilas Kadolny may also have been present. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in relation to that incident, did any member of the staff of your battalion ask you what happened to that person? Or any member of the Patrick Zone ask you what happened to that person?
They asked what happened because there was a problem here, as I mentioned earlier, about food supplies that were brought from the Mother Teresa Foundation, and it was suspected that they were being misused and they were not distributed equally to the civilians who were displaced and who were in need to receive food from the army. And it was thought that the person in question, whom you mentioned, was not conducting a fair distribution of the food. And this is the occasion when we had the conversation with Ilyas Kadolny.
After you had the conversation that you just described, did any KLA member ask you, witness, Mr. Abazi, what happened to that person that you questioned? Did anyone in the KLA ask you that or not?
They asked, but they didn't know because this was outside Budakovo. It was far away. Not all of them could have known. Very few people knew. Vulyak is 50 kilometers from Budakovo or even more.
Who from the KLA asked you what happened with this person that we're talking about?
I don't see the importance of this.
could you tell the judges if you know the name of the person or persons who asked you what happened with this person that we're talking about?
I don't remember. Unless you want me to give just random names, I don't recall them.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, good afternoon. My name is Luka Mišetić. I am counsel.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask you some questions. First of all, about your knowledge of the KLA's organization and structure. Is it correct that you joined the KLA in June of 1998?
Yes.
And around the time you decided to join, Albanians had started getting together in reaction to recent developments such as the killing of the Ashari family and the teacher in Laush. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
As you say in your statement, that it was the impact of these events that led you to decide to join the KLA?
These events and prior events, not only these two. There had been demonstrations, killings of soldiers. There had been massacres committed even before the war started, maltreatments, imprisonment. We suffered an ordeal inflicted to us by an invader, unscrupulous and oppressor.
As a result, you decided to go check if there was some sort of organization of the KLA in your village. Is that correct?
Yes.
A villager named Sadik Halit Yaha had started gathering people in your village. Is that correct?
Sadiq Halit Yaha came from Switzerland. He had started organizing earlier on, but also, obviously he also organized the war.
Organizing your village to make a KLA formation, is that correct?
Correct.
1998, is it correct that the KLA, as far as you knew, was a local organization of fellow villagers trying to join?
Yes, it was a mass organization. Not only within my village, but it was Kosovo-wide.
Official conscription process, is that correct?
No, this was entirely voluntary. This was the only army in the world that was organized on a voluntary basis. No one could be forced to join the army. Only those who felt they wanted and they were willing to defend their country, they would join. Those who didn't feel that way or didn't want to join did not join and could not be forced to join. So this was all done on a voluntary basis.
People joined, they had to buy their own uniforms and weapons, is that correct?
The majority, yes.
You told the SPO that the uniforms that people were wearing were German military uniforms and American ones. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
You said there were also civilians without uniform. correct?
Është e vërtet?
Correct.
Mean that there were KLA members without uniforms, or were you referring to civilians who were not part of the KLA?
Antartë që kësë të cilët nuk
KLA members who did not have uniforms, who did not even have weapons. We would wait for a soldier to be killed to take his weapon. 2 or 3 people would only have one weapon.
And when you joined, did you sign or receive any decision appointing you to a specific post?
Po, kemi shkruar në
Yes, we registered initially. There was a notebook where entries were about people who were joining the KLA.
You've testified in your statements that you were the legal advisor. Was that a written appointment, or were you just told that you were the legal advisor, verbally?
ka pas me shkrim, por nuk di ku.
There was something in writing, but there was a written decision appointing me legal advisor, but all documents were burned, our houses and our people were burned. So.
Who signed the appointment?
Sadiq Halitja.
Sadiq Halitja.
Po çfarë kur jemi organizu?
When we organized, when we joined the war effort. Slightly later on, 2 or 3 months later.
If you joined in June, 2 or 3 months later would be August or September when you received this appointment?
Just.
Correct. Slightly before that, because September was the main offensive when we were completely dispersed and defeated.
What were your tasks as the legal advisor?
Detyrat e mia kanë
My tasks were to advise soldiers how to behave amongst them, how to behave to conduct themselves with civilians, to avoid making mistakes, these kind of things.
Do you recall what specific advice you gave soldiers in terms of how to deal with civilians?
marrëdhëniet ndërnjerëzore që duhet
Human, decent relationships for a soldier, a decency of a soldier, to avoid drinking alcohol and doing anything that was not advisable to do.
You yourself had done military service in the Yugoslav army, is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
That was the mandatory service in the Yugoslav army?
I detyrueshëm.
Mandatory, yes.
And with respect to the other soldiers, had they received military training beyond their mandatory service in the Yugoslav army?
Jo, zoti avokat.
No, sir. Merely they were young people. Our army was composed of young people. Not many had military training. There were few of us who had already done military training. The others were from 18 years upwards. Recently, we boycotted the Yugoslav military service. So we opposed that and boycotted the conscription. So most of the soldiers were inexperienced, young, they had never laid hands on a weapon before.
Most of these young people did not receive training when they joined the KLA, is that correct?
Po, ashtu është.
That's correct.
when you joined in June of 1998, is it correct that the battalion in Budakov was still in the making?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, that was the first battalion in the area, is that correct?
yes, sir.
And given the size of this battalion and that you were still gearing up, is it correct, as you said in your statement, that there could be no talk of a brigade or a larger structure at that time?
In the meantime, brigades had started to form, but the brigades were, ours was in Suarec. It was formed almost parallel.
So was there a brigade at the time you joined in June of 98, or was it just a battalion?
First we went there, at least this is what I know, and then the brigade was formed, to my knowledge.
Well, how soon after you joined the KLA the brigade was formed?
Maybe a month or so, in my opinion.
July or maybe August? Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Turning to your role as legal advisor, you started off first as an ordinary soldier, is that correct?
Correct.
Your role as legal advisor, was that only for your battalion in Budakov, or was it beyond the battalion?
Only for the battalion.
And at the time you joined the KLA, you had already graduated from the law faculty at the University of Pristina, is that correct?
I finished in 1980.
You had not been practicing law before you joined the KLA, is that correct?
No.
No, you weren't practicing law, or no, that's not correct?
No, I wasn't practicing my profession because it was impossible for us. The state didn't allow us to do that. It persecuted us, imprisoned us. We were undesirable there.
What kind of training did you have in the laws of war or humanitarian law?
We didn't have any training per se, but what we learned in school, in the faculty, we had a special subject, international law, as such.
And so it was in the law school that you learned some of the basics of the laws of war?
Yes, we were taught that, the basic knowledge.
Did you have written materials to hand out to soldiers in the battalion concerning the laws of war?
No, we didn't.
Was there ever a point in 1998 or 1999 that you did prepare written materials, including regulations?
Yes, we prepared the regulation together with Sadiq. It served as a kind of instruction, so to say. In 99.
Call the month?
No, we don't.
When you say it was done with Sadiq, does that mean it was done at the brigade level or the zone level in 1999?
The zone level.
Now, from January to April of 1999, where were you?
During that time, we were engaged in organization because we were routed because of the numerous offensives. So we had to get ourselves together and organize in neighborhoods, in homes, until we united and started a regular activity.
The Serbs? When did the Serb offensive take place?
There were ongoing offensives, but the September one was the most destructive for Kosovo in 98.
Where your brigade and battalion were routed, is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you do from September to the end of December?
We returned to our places because we returned illegally, let's say, to burn down places which were torched by the Serb police and army. We were trying to reorganize ourselves.
Who reorganized the brigade?
Everyone did their bit. There wasn't a specific person entrusted to do that. All of us contributed in our own ways.
When did you learn that the brigade had been reconstituted?
After January, it was February, March, when the reorganization started. Because people were keeping a low profile after the destructions. They didn't dare come out publicly.
Where were you physically in January, February, and March?
During that period, I was at the KLA cells contributing to the reorganization for future battles.
Was the KLA cell that you were in?
There were groups everywhere. We didn't dare concentrate our forces in one place because that was dangerous.
Location in January, February, and March, just you. Where were you physically?
I was in Grekov's, Ginot's villages, Salagard, sometimes in Budakova, sometimes in Majcheter, in all these villages. We had to organize ourselves to reach the soldiers who were spread out all over, some of whom never returned.
Okay. At some point, you rejoined the Pastrik zone in Kosterz. Is that correct?
Yes. That was in March, April.
And at this time, you again served as legal advisor?
Yes. Usually to Tahir Sinani, who was the commander of the zone staff.
When you rejoined, did you get a letter of appointment from Tahir Sinani?
Yes, I did.
Did your tasks as legal advisor beginning in April differ from your tasks as legal advisor prior to the end of September?
No, I had the same tasks.
Now, you were not aware of what was happening in terms of the setting up of the Pashtric zone before April of '99, is that correct?
No, I wasn't.
Were you part of the structures of the headquarters of the Pashtric zone?
No, no, sir. I wasn't part of any military or political structures. I was only advisor. I didn't have any decision-making powers. I only gave advice, and I was a soldier. First of all, I was a soldier, then a legal advisor.
Of military structures. Do you recall the prosecutor at the beginning showed you a chart?
Yes.
There, is that correct?
Yes, in the organigram it existed, but the problem is that it didn't function. It was difficult for it to function because on paper it looks very nice, perfect, the organigram. But in real terms, contacts among different persons were very difficult to maintain. We were concentrated on certain places. It's like the leopard skin, with spots, somewhere where we, somewhere where the third force is stationed. So communication was very difficult between the zones and let alone the battalions. On paper, they look very nice, but in real terms, they didn't function, sometimes not at all. Because to get a news or to receive a news, you have to send a courier. The courier had to pass through several dangerous checkpoints to be able to deliver the message. So sometimes it was impossible, quite impossible to do that.
Were you, who were you advising?
In the locality, in the place where we operated, we couldn't go somewhere else, like to the brigade. Only when we had some minor issue, we tried to reprimand the soldiers if he had made a mistake, to assign an extra guard, because we had the organization of guards. If, for a minor infraction, we sent him twice to do guard duty instead of once, for example, as a kind of punishment, in order to ensure certain rule. We couldn't do much because it was a voluntary army. We couldn't exert pressure on them. We didn't have mechanism to deter, or to force them to do something. Everything was of a voluntary nature. Nobody could dictate their will on someone. Someone who didn't like to stay could leave. It was a very specific kind of army.
Now, discipline that you're talking about, at what level were you advising on discipline? At the zone level? Like across the zone? Across the brigade? Across the battalion? At what level were you giving advice on discipline?
At the level of zone was my task, but we never managed to operate on a zone level because the Pastrik zone was one of the largest in Kosovo, and we could never reach the last soldier or the last battalion. So we were focused on the locality where we were stationed.
Zone level, and you have to give advice on a potential disciplinary measure, who would you tell, who would you give your advice to at the zone level to give discipline?
There were soldiers at the level of the zones. The army who had taken up positions there, I was one of them too.
Hear Sinani directly to say, my advice is you should do this?
No, I didn't have that power. That applied to soldiers, not to the superiors.
Sinani, I'm saying somebody had to discipline soldiers, right?
Yes.
Is disciplining a soldier, right?
Yes. The commanders disciplined the soldiers. I advised them not to make mistakes. That would be very bad. That shouldn't happen. That was my role.
Commanders, did you advise this? Can you remember the names of the commanders?
I didn't advise commanders, I'm repeating. I meant the soldiers, rank and file soldiers. The soldiers that participated in war.
Witness, that's the end of our time in the courtroom today. We will begin again tomorrow with you at 9 o'clock. Please remember not to speak to anybody about your testimony outside of the courtroom. If anyone tries to contact you about your testimony, please let us know, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
This is going a little faster than I thought. Do you have a reserve witness this week available to you?
So after this witness, we have one more who will be
Yes.
ready to start testimony tomorrow. After that, no, and it's precisely because of what you just said, Your Honor, that this is going a lot faster than
Can we
even we
move one
thought.
up from next week?
No, the witness who will be the first witness next week starts prep tomorrow. On the estimates received, that seemed like a logical thing to do in order not to have witnesses held over. That witness will not be able to start this week. So one witness available after this one for this week.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.